Hello, hello. How are you all doing this evening? As ever, I hope you're well. Pardon me, I forgot to actually set it to the starting soon scene. Whoops. Bit of a boo-boo on my part. Zargon, thank you for coming around when you have. I understand if you can't stay, it's entirely fine. I do appreciate you showing up in the first place, and I appreciate it. Ash, Brett, good to see you both as ever. As for last 3 hours, don't speak to me about continuity loss. I have no continuity as it is. Evidently, I also have insurance that insists on doing absolutely nothing other than make me upset. I have phone calls to make tomorrow, and I am not happy that I need to make them. Beyond that, I've been presented with an interesting dilemma. Oops, that's not the tracker. Where's the tracker? That's not the tracker. There's the tracker. I've been presented with an interesting dilemma. Namely, I can, if I wish to keep my glasses framed, then I have to submit my glasses, which means not having my glasses for a week. Which would, as one might imagine, make streaming a bit challenging, seeing as how I need them to actually see my screen because I'm nearsighted. So that's very much, that's a river to cross when we get there. I don't have any critical time to really, get it done with sooner than later, so we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, let's see how this goes, shall we? Wait. I didn't have the timer, and that's not my control scheme anyway. What did I do? I goofed something up, something fierce. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Go me! Let's try this again. Alrighty. Yeah, definitely not something I would prefer to find later than earlier. Something early detection. 3, 4, 5. There we go. I think Brett is referring to not having the timer running since I did that during the map rando. It was a bit of a goof. Alright, what do we have here? Super missile. Not the hugest of priorities. That being said, I should just grab it just for the sake of... It's not a missile, it's a super missile, so... It doesn't hurt to pick it up. Alright, what is over here? Bomb pack. You know, I actually want that. Come on, don't do this to me. There we are. Now, can I get out of here with something remotely resembling competence? That is the question. So, early bombs, not the hugest of deals, but it does save me some potential hassle. Thus, I welcome it, not knowing that which is to come. Come on. Excuse me, I'm going to headbutt you as I phase through this block. Hope you don't mind. Whoop, 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 whoop. You mind your face, Buster. Personal face? Alright, map. Desert Palace Pendant. Alright, over here. Blue Rupee. Island is non-essential. Really? Nope, time to go. Time for an adventure. Let me just get my space jump out of storage. Alright. Nothing but hearts there. Not exactly what I'm hoping for. Alright, what do we have here? Oh wow, we actually got the fighter sword. We got vanilla fighter sword. What is this? Oop, oop, oop. I actually do want this magic. What am I doing? Alright, and what does pull 2 have for us? Alright. Not the most money in existence, but I'll take it. And getting the fighter sword this early, well, that paves the way for us now, doesn't it? Ooh. Why yes, I will take that bomb. I'll take your bomb too. I've got all the bombs I'm going to need now. I noticed that as well. I'm going to go with no. He doesn't actually have the graphic for it if that's not what if he's not actually submitting the progressive sword. The real interesting test, I think, would be would he have the sword in his hand if I went and found another progressive sword first? I will never, ever, ever get over how much I dislike the sword in this game. Worst sword. Alright, so at the very least, if I'm actually planning on doing a death warp, that won't be very hard, and knowing me, I probably am. So, what does this box hold? As the future, it holds mysteries that are only discovered in time. Alright. And let's go do a dark walk. Because I can certainly do it with this loadout. Yeah, this loadout. Come on, where is it? It's down here somewhere. There it is. Hey there, Yona. Confound it. Doing this bad. Ugh. My orientation got messed up because I didn't do my spin slash when I meant to. Ugh, I screwed that up. Which I'll freely admit was because I was looking at chat trying to make out who is talking over there. I can't read the name. But how are you doing, Yona? It's been a bit since you've come around this way. What's up? Ooh. I think I will take that. Alright, let's try this again, shall we? There it is. Alright. I do not have the margin of error that I would prefer. 8 bombs is good, though. Damn it. Got hit from the side. Headache and you keep getting surprised by spiders. Ooh, that's no good. Alright, I think I'm gonna stop messing around down there. Can I do it? Yes. Is it worthwhile stumbling through it? Not really. Also, we are financially secure for Kakariko. And all my fumbling down there, I ended up getting like, what? 60 rupees? So, in a way it wasn't, in a way it was actually time well spent, all things considered. Anyhow, I hope that your headache goes away there, Yona. Here's a bunch of hearts for you. Really? Well, kind of regretting my, my bomb gambit now. What do we have here? Oop, that's red rupee. Yeah, between getting the fighter sword and having these little bugs drop mega bomb packs, it's just like, okay, well. My needs are taken care of for. Really? Alright, so this is looking like Norfair upper path. Because space jump in various suit equals upper Norfair. And the upper path thereof, because that solves the problems. I'm not so certain about easy for me. But we'll certainly see how things go. Alright, so... what do we have over in Blind's house? Bomb cap. Probably gonna get some use out of that in short order. Well. We are getting the finances, are we not? Mirror. Interesting. Shame we got the mirror after we did all the push block nonsense there. So where does the mirror come into this? Because as is, I don't really have Norfair access. We may well see an early Pearl. We may well not see a Pearl for quite some time. Alright, what do you have for me? Missile, sure, whatever. Yep, those bugs are certainly going to get a lot of robbery in their near future, because I am going to stock up on bombs from them. Are you trying to tell me to go to Zora's domain, I wonder? I'll consider if we get some flippers going. What do we have in the library? Library has missile, whatever. Not particularly concerned. Alright, and what do we have here? Missile, sure, fine, whatever. Gosh, like it's a different Zelda entirely. Not the first time. Definitely seen this before. Okay, nothing further here. Next up is... Dam and Desert. Out of my way, Shooty Jim. Neat thing about this, I have early mirror. I can one-pass this stuff. Hey, hey, hey. Grab that lever. Don't you dare think about otherwise. E-Tank. Alright, E-Tank is welcome. Listen, listen. Rydia is pretty, yes, but there's a time and a place for personal admiration, and operating a dam is not it. Alright, and what do we have here? Survey says... garbage. Alright, next is going to be Moldorm Cave. I'm still just surprised that I have the fighter sword to work with at this point. Ooh, that didn't reach. No, it did. Hooray. You chode. Make me walk all around. And that's why I didn't want to walk over there. Worst sword. I have to buy bombs anyway, because if I don't have bombs going out to Ice Cave, then that's a wasted trip, so ugh. Admittedly, I did get overzealous with the bomb hurling, and that is on me. The sick thing is, I was even contemplating like doing this and maybe getting some bombs out of it. Because you can absolutely get a bomb 8-pack out of that thing. Oh, and here's the bombs. Of course. What is this run? This run is just making me mad about bombs. Here's all the explosives you're ever going to need, except you won't have any of them. Except you do, but you don't. Alright. This took way longer to reach than it should have. Power bomb, morph ball. Alright, Metroid's open. Bottle. Okay, okay. I wonder. I wonder if it's faster to do this kind of thing before heading into town, if you have the bombs to do it. You know, the bombs and the means to manage the whole thing. Not exactly a trip well worthwhile. Oh, are you kidding? The moment I let go, it pivots and goes the other direction. This game. I'll worry about the hobo later. Nine viewers. I just looked away and it went from 5 to 9 viewers. What's going on here? Hello. How are you all doing? Alright, what do we have here? More power bombs. Nothing super exciting, but that does put us into comfortable power bomb territory, and that's always welcome. Alright. Eastern Palace time. Did audio just cut out? Should not be on my end. Alright, big key. We might not have to go to the other room then. Confound it. Ugh. And dungeon item. Okay. Not particularly what I was hoping for. Alright. We are on the approach. We're doing the maneuver. Oh. Nope, blew it. Although not horribly, fortunately. E-tank, alright. You muted your tab? Oh dear. Muting a whole tab seems like a very strange function. Grapple beam. Huh. I am getting mixed signals, game. Why would you give me the grapple beam after I already have the space jump? Of all things. Oh, I did get the key. I just did another sound effect at the same time, so it behaved weirdly. No, the greater likelihood, if they give me gravity suit, is that they're pointing me towards, who's a face? Shack tool. I do not have the health to go through here and do it the, damage boost way. But I can just do that. Alright, so we have everything we can get here, save for the boss item. We're very strongly being ushered towards Metroid, so that seems to be the play. That's 5 bomb caps, I think. Also, this is the wrong path, damn it. Each bomb capacity gives 5. The final bomb max is 30, so no, there's another one to be found. Alright, so definitely wants me to go to Norfair, which I do have the means of achieving at this point. That's not really the item I meant to use there. Yeah, I'll take it. I was trying to do the slick trick, but nope, no dice. So I'm going to do the sub-gauntlet first. Hey, come on. Work with me here. And then I'll do the checks through Brinstar with Who's a Face. Alright, another super missile, I'll take it. Via the main gauntlet and then just dropping through the back end of it. That seems like the most efficient way of going about it. Are you kidding me? Big space jump. Alright, what is the gauntlet prize? Gauntlet prize is an arrow expansion. Alright, sure. Excuse me? Excuse me, I'm pressing the button. Alright, and what is our final prize here? Red ruby and a heart piece. This will give me an extra container, so I'll take it. Get a small power bomb refill here. Do I actually care about this power bomb? I don't. No, I don't. I shouldn't have gone back to pick that up. Oh. Alright, so Brinstar. 50 rupees. Do not need that. Can safely skip. Alright, heart container. That one's welcome. Super missiles. Alright, I'm in very good super missile shape. No objections there. Charge beam, excellent. Alright. That takes a lot of questions out of the equation. Alright, and what do we have over here? E-tank. Alright. There we go. Now we're talking. This is a prize. And what do we have here? Super Boost. Alright, we have Minimal Ridley. And with Charge Beam, we are very close to having Comfortable Ridley. Ew. Ugh, just a missile? Ugh. Not what I would prefer. Alright, not super interested in that. How about down here? Yeah, no, not super interested in that either. Funny that. Jeez, my pickups are going to be clogged with missiles for a while, aren't they? Over here, another one of these. Ugh. This is a very money run, which is odd. Ah, come on. Jump, please. There we go. Not worth it. Two power bombs. I don't think I have everything I need. No, I don't. Alright. I'm going to go do a stock-up run real quick. Let's see here. I need 1 to get through the door, 1 to get through the first blue wall, 3 to get there, 4 to get there. So I'm going to need 5 to do everything I need to do. And then I need a further 2 to actually get out of here. So in total, I'm looking at a need of 7. Alright, so one more pass and I'll even get an extra power bomb for good measure, just in case my math is bad. Shouldn't be, but would rather not come up short unnecessarily. Let's go and get this one first. It's probably quicker this way, really. You watch, it's gonna be a power bomb on the item pedestal over here. Mushroom, mushroom. So many of these damn 20s. Ugh. Alright, so let's see what we have going on here. Okay. Well, it's not a 20. Ugh. Why are almost all of these boxes filled with money in these early parts here? This is bizarre. And again. Seems I did miscount, and getting the extra bomb was, in fact, prudent. Oh, never mind. Still, I had no way of knowing that. Alright, so I have super comfy bombs at this point, and not going to need to supply them particularly strongly from here on. So, oops. Do I just press on over there? Could do... It's annoying, but there's not really any reason I couldn't do that. Probably be faster, really. Alright, let's go do this. Hey there, Franco. How you doing? Tired? Understandable. Here. Oop. Wait a minute. You, get out of my damn way. There we go, have a mock ball. That should perk you right up. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Aw, oh, come on. I actually have the space jump so I can go this way this once. Oh right, and it brings me to this room I don't like. I'll have to go back through there eventually, but I can resupply on power bombs here along the way, which is very welcome. Hey. Aggressive shield and 10 arrows that I didn't really want to pick up. Alright, red shield is good to have. Excuse me. Space jump, I press button, you do thing. Oh, for the sake of... This room is done. Certainly stressing my supplies on this run. Alright, so back down it is. Whoop! Let's not touch the thorny plant, please and thank you. Go back through this room really quick. I'm going to have to go through here. Hopefully not taking a lot of hits. Alright, I really, really do not want to touch spikes. 2 hits and I'm out. Hooray for mercy frames. Oh, come on. There we go. Dang it. Alright. Most of the really bad area should be dealt with by now. Provided I don't jump onto the spikes like a freaking idiot. Alright, I should be clear from here. There's an energy room at the bottom of the shaft, so I should be fine. And with the precise application of super missiles, no less. So in all of this, I got the hook shot and I got the mushroom. And the rest has just been chump change, frankly. Not quite certain what I think about this. Beyond Gur. Oh no, I don't have super missiles, so my buttoning is whack. Ugh. I'm trying to do that tech that I learned about right there, but actually executing it is tougher than I care to admit. Damn it. Ugh. You, super missile. Thank you. There we go. Alright, so we are full of not dying power. I did not mean to do that. I meant to do this, but my fingers didn't work quite right. Because I'm invariably going to have to go through there. Damn it, I can't actually get through there. How have I actually gone through 30 super missiles? I'm actually kind of confused. Heart piece, missile. Heart piece, what is this? These are just not offering me, come on, anything of merit or respect. And what have we through here? Useless money. Certainly seems like a theme, doesn't it? The fact that I don't have super missiles was really, really strange. I don't know how I've managed to fall so short of that tally. The good news is I know where I can go to resupply them. It's not too far from here. In fact, it's right along the way. And I don't think there's anything particularly inhibiting my ability to get there. A bit of a misfire there, most unfortunate. Alright, section 3. Oh, fine. Interesting, it's giving me all of the progressive, the progressive shields at this point. And what do we have over here? See, there's the final bomb capacity, Ash. Now we have all of them. Oh, come on. Damn, that is a yellow door. You, give me a super missile. Thank you. I need some supplies, so I may as well just turn this off. And I can have a drink like this. And this is worth doing because I'm pretty much not going to be going up to my ship anytime soon. So having a healthy supply of materials is definitely a good plan here. Alright. Let's see here. E-tank, you say? No objections. Don't care. Still coming down this path. Resupply, E-tank. Hard to argue with that. Alright, what do we have over here? More useless money. Ugh. Can I just... You, go away. I was trying to not pick that up. Excuse me, what the hell's going on here? There we are. Alright, what do we have here? So they keep throwing a lot of money and heart pieces at me. They're basically throwing all of the fodder items that aren't missiles. Like, I absolutely could have gotten another container by now if I'd actually been, like, earnestly trying to get these heart pieces. Excuse me, are you kidding me? Hey there, Techstar. Enjoy your lurk. I do not like this room. Especially not without a high jump, of all things. Oh, for the sake of... Come on! Good grief. and take my jump input there. What's going on? Alright, well, we're approaching comfortable Ridley territory. Bugnet. Alright. Not unwelcome. Right then, which one is... right, the lower path here. Do I want to mess with... who's a face? I suppose, strictly speaking, I am actually good to just kind of go fight Ridley, but I don't have a lot of health. And that doesn't sound super attractive. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. I will go down to Lower Torian. Torian? Norfair. Yeah, let's just go to Torian right now. Who's gonna stop us? We'll go to Lower Norfair. We will throw down with Gold Chorizo from the back door. See what prizes are in there, and leave. If we really need to come back, we can come back. But we have the supplies to deal with Gold Chorizo pretty handily. And if in the event that we need to pass through here again afterwards, then we're basically set. Oh right, I forgot how much room this room is unenjoyable. Half magic. Alright. That's worth this. And blue mail. Alright, so... I don't actually really have a whole lot of business being here. And a thought did occur to me. I don't exactly want to be fighting Ridley just yet. But there is the Lower Norfair escape inventory to be had, and that could well be worthwhile. Although when I stop to think about it, that sounds immensely unattractive considering my loadout. Let's do one battery of this, just so I have some super missiles to work with. Oh, how did I miss that? Are you kidding me? Alright. The Garbo room. They're on the same side. Oop, never mind. Alright. The most horrible room dealt with. What does the Mickey room have for us? Garbage. Alright, let's be careful. Oh, come on. Keep moving, Buster. Walk the other way. Alright, so that's the worst of it dealt with. We're just gonna keep on going. Hey there, Wizzy. Just doing some Norfair checks because this arrangement is not something I can really fight Ridley with right now. Ooh, convenient. Very convenient. Today was a lot of downloading, you say? Oh, right, that whole thing. I tried to pick up a thing, but it wouldn't let me, like, add money to the wallet or whatever. So it's like, okay, well, I could theoretically buy things, but I have nothing to buy with, so... Ooh, I definitely want to be here. I definitely want to be here. You have to do it through the Switch? Oh boy. I didn't even think about that. Dealing the Switch is the same wallet. Have I played Crimson Shroud? No. I don't know if I've ever played anything that has the word Crimson in the title, thinking about it. Unless you count Crimson Flower, which I don't. Gilda 1? Haven't heard of that. What's that about? Huh, interesting. Oh boy, these things are not dying to those. Oh geez, you overly healthy bugmen. Alright, well. Oh, come on, are you telling me... Are you seriously telling me this is where it all ends, this whole run? Alright, I have one idea. I don't think much of it, but... Wait a minute. Hang on. We have this thing. Screw everything. Literally, screw everything. Crimson Shroud, Liberation Maiden, Airporter. Interesting, interesting. You know, airport logistics sounds weirdly interesting to my brain. What was the fourth game? Presuming there's 4. Jeez, none of these wanted to give me super missiles. Ugh, I need a super missile to get through there. Stupid bugs. Oh dear. Fun game. There we go. I need at least one more. Alright. This should suffice for what I need. Come on, really? Meow. Mappa. Hey. Interesting. I just did a save, everyone, right? I don't remember. I can never remember anything that, like, just freaking happened. But I did do a save, right? Alright, I actually want to hang on to this. Good luck missile actually had something worthwhile. Shock of shocks. Okay, and I can get power bombs from these things, so I should be fine. I like how you're associating Keiji Inafune with Mighty Number 9 and not Mega Man. That's really funny to me. Oh sure, it's just for the longest time, Mega Man is what he was associated with. I think I'll hold off on that, actually. Because I'm going to need a power bomb to get through, and that's going to be the only way that I can guarantee having more power bombs coming back. I can't say I'm too surprised about that. I'm just kind of like over here remembering the Kamiya statement about Keiji Inafune is a businessman, not a game designer. Come on, open your face again. There we go. Power bombs? Power bombs would be nice. Alright, we got some power bombs. We are in business. And there's some more super missiles. Alright. I probably have a comfortable complement to dealing with Ridley now. But, yeah. I'll worry about that later. Oh no, I touched Kraid's awful son. Bottle. Yeah, about the only thing that I wanted to pick up off of the 3DS shop was Spirit of Justice. So yeah, if that's still something I can do today and they're linked and whatnot, then I might try to get in on that, maybe. Let's see here. Do I want to do Meridia with what I have? I'm kind of thinking no. Well, strictly speaking, I can do it, for the most part. At least to explore. I don't have a speed booster, so I can't properly get through everything. I can't get all of the items. On the whole, not really looking like a winning plan. That's interesting and a little odd. Ooh, cape. Why, yes, I would like a cape. Yeah, I saw you talking about that, Franco. Alright, let's see here. Alright, I'm not being mandated to do the basement. With luck, I'll get an item out of this next box so that the basement is just going to be, who's a face? Junk. Dang it, dungeon item. Alright, I might have to do basement. Hopefully not, but I might have to. Moldorm! You're not even the boss, Moldorm! Go away! Alright, so what does the big box hold? Does it have something pleasant, or is it just awfulness? Alright, so that's an actual item. And I think I got... yeah, I got an actual item from that box as well. So then, if the boss drops an item, then the basement is something I can very safely ignore. Nope. Woo, woo, woo. Ready for cape. Dang it. Alright, so the basement has something. But I don't have a light source, so I can't get it. Beat it, you little toad. Okay. Does this room have anything of interest? Nope. Very safely ignorable. Past the bats. Whoops, went too far. try that again. Oop, excuse me, bat. There we go. Down the slope passage. I went too far. There we go. And should have the old man. Alright, follow the slope. Head south, a little left, further south, and we're out. Alright, power bombs, sure. Ow! Freaking rocks. Oh, time for some more, in the area acquisitions. So let's see, we got this in Brinstar. Thinking about it, I got all those items that said, go Norfair. What did I even get out of Norfair? I got half magic, I got bug net. I did... Where did I get... I did get gravity suit. Where did I get gravity suit? Which one dropped gravity suit? I know one of them dropped gravity suit, but I don't remember which one it was. I know it was one where I had to get a super missile to get through a door. So I think it was Upper Norfair. I don't think Lower Norfair had anything of particular note other than the half magic. Fire rod, alright. No objections there. I am that bad. You know what? Let's give it another try, because I think I can do this. Well, not like that, I can't. One last try. Ah. Oops. Oh well. Yeah, I hadn't even actually thought about if those things could be fire rotted. I just kind of did that out of reflex, and it worked. So you know what? Hey. Arrow, huh? Alright. I don't have Titan's Mitt or Hammer, so I can't check Turtle Rock. Let's see what this has going on. Oh, it wasn't even can I set it on fire. I just pressed the button, kind of like as if I were doing arrows or hook shot. I was just like, button. And I happen to have the fire rod equipped, so it's like, oh, alright. Speaking of lighting things on fire, well, I can check that basement now. I probably should. no idea if the item is actually going to be worth it, and odds are it probably isn't. But... Probably worth checking more than not. So let's see what this thing has for us. Hold on, please. Hey there, Sketch. Welcome back. You know, for considering the conversation we had earlier, I didn't actually ask you how the trip was, I realized. So how was it? How was GDC? Dead end on key sanity? That's unfortunate. Busy but fine? Hey. Didn't sleep much? Can't say I'm too surprised. It's like it's GDC or something. Not really what I was hoping for there, but certainly better than it otherwise could have been. Alright, so we got hook shots. Alright, so I'm not getting into Dark World without doing Escape from Death Mountain, and I don't even have Moon Pearl, so that's kind of a whole lot of whatever. So actually, thinking about it, the play is in fact to go here. And we're just going to reset warp. Get back to the ship, resupply, hit up the wrecked ship, and then move on to Meridia if necessary. New fantasy life, huh? Bomb pack we don't care about here. Oops, I did not mean to pick that up. Alright, time to go walk over Fantoon. Alright, definitely don't need power bombs anymore. Alright, time for Sunday Driver. I don't think that was a complete volley. Not feeling too confident about that one. This is a rather aggressive fan tune, which I don't necessarily dislike. Alright, didn't quite do this clean as I would prefer, but next pass should do it. Oh, come now. Thought I heard a cat. There we go. Alright, so ideally, somewhere along the way we get Speed Booster. If not, hopefully we get some other kind of progression item, because otherwise, what do I even begin to do other than go fight Ridley, I guess? Hey, that's not the right path. That's not the right power-up. Alright, not what I was hoping for out of that one. Let's see what we get at the end of the long haul. Otherwise we're going to be in for the long haul. Well, lousy shot. Alright, what do we have here? Garbage. Alright, going to need to see what's up top side. I'm really hoping I'm not going to need... I either need the item that's being blocked out by me not having Speed Booster, or I get Speed Booster along the way if I do end up needing that item. At least I could just plow through these things easily enough. Alright, now we have the long tunnel of nonsense. What do we have here? Nothing I care about. Sick thing is, I've probably run into like, what? 8 heart pieces by this point, and it's just like, no, I don't want them. Maybe 10. I've run into a lot that I haven't picked up. A reserve tank? Sure, why not? Ooh. Now here is a prize. Hey, that was smooth. Alright, so what do we have going on here in Bowling Alley Land? And if I don't get anything from this, what even can I do? So I've got bow. That means I could finish Eastern Palace, but that doesn't really change anything. So what do I do is the question in that event. I never actually checked the Terminator Room prize. Ooh, this is good, by the way. I completely failed to get the Terminator Room prize. Damn it, it's probably something important. You watch, it's the damn speed booster. Alright, aero capacity. Fortunately, eminently skippable. Alright, so I've got both the rods. So once I actually get into Turtle Rock, I'm good for it. Still haven't seen Progressive Glove, interestingly. Don't have Moon Pearl. What can I do in Zelda Land right now that would actually mean something? Because that's the question, isn't it? Because I feel like Metroid is not my answer here unless it really is just go into Meridia and hope, which is not very compelling. I guess I'll do that. Because otherwise I have to do a lot of incidental checks. Oh, right. Terminator room, Terminator room, Terminator room. I do not want to blow that. That could actually be something of worth. Oh, right, and there's also the morph ball room-ish thing over here. I'll check it all the way out. Terminator room's right here. Hey, if it has the pearl, that's fine. That's fantastic. Blue cane. Not unwelcome. Not quite what I had in mind, but not unwelcome. Bombos, alright. Definitely glad I came this way. And thinking about it, I could have eye-checked what the Swamp Palace had. I didn't pay attention to that. I could have checked that. Damn it. Spike Cave is not a good check once I get Pearl, because I still need Hammer. It could genuinely just be that Blue Cane is somewhere, because don't forget, I got Mirror very early, and then, you know, doing some noodling, I did get half magic, so between I got Cape, then I got half magic, so between the three of them, I actually have a pretty good complement. Excuse me. High jump boots there. And over there's a missile. Okay. Interesting. Alright, and what are we going to get out of Turtle Room? Missile Pack. And Red Ruby. Things I do not care about. Well, don't forget, I already have Space Jump, so at that point, with Space Jump being available right away, High Jump basically is just filler, as far as logic is concerned. Because there's nothing that you can do with High Jump that you can't do with Space Jump. Space Jump is just flat better. Like, it's nice to have, make no mistake, and I definitely appreciate having it, but it's not at all necessary in any respect at that point, so I can't say I quite read the logic the same. Alright, so we are definitely in super comfortable Ridley territory now. I could just go back and fight him. But, of course, I prefer to do so once I have a better way of dealing with them, rather than going through absolutely everything possible and imaginable. Oh, come on. Really? Another bottle. I wonder if I am going to go out of my way to get sick kid. The fact that I don't have any of the progressive gloves at all is a big question mark, I think. Alright, so... let's do our checks here, because this is basically our cutoff point. Excuse me? Just a bomb pack there, nothing impressive. Alright, sandpit number 1. What do we have? Blue rupee and... progressive sword. Do I care about the other thing? Do I have a way to save real quick? Down there. Alright. Okay, so... that's not what I wanted to do. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Alright, so I do want the progressive sword. Make no mistake. The question is, what's in the left pit, and what does Shack Tool have? What I meant to do was go down and check Shack Tool, and then do a reset, but my fingers got ahead of me. So, damn it. So we'll see what we have over here in left pit. Pair of heart pieces. Alright, do not care. Alright, right pit it is. And then on the way out, we'll check Shack Tool. Because getting Grapple Beam after getting Space Jump, that feels indicative to me. Because why would you get that otherwise? I hear Freya in the other room. Alright. Master Sword. Hooray. Alright, Shack Tool, what do you have for us here? Alrighty. So, while we're waiting, how's everyone doing out there? I'm kind of contemplating how I'm going to manage this whole don't have glasses for a week while I wait for my lenses to get adjusted and refitted because of new prescription and whatnot. And it's like, okay, I could take a week off. Not the worst plan in the world. Alternatively, I could try to figure out a way of doing my streams without having to mess around with actually being able to see. Moon Pearl! Shacktool has Moon Pearl! Alright, we're in this. We're in for this. We're in this. We're in this. Shacktool delivering. And good gravy. I need a lot of power bombs to do this. This jump is brutal, actually. There we go. Yep, Shacktool had the Moon Pearl. So my read on why is it giving me grapple theme after giving me space jump was absolutely correct. If only I could get them more if only I could get correct reads more often. So between that and then getting the level 2 sword, not having any progressive gloves, and not getting the hammer, this tells me that the game wants me to fight a Ganon. And that's how I'm intended to get into Dark World. Because I genuinely can't do anything else in Metroid at this time other than kill Ridley, which is... that'll give me one item check, and that's not really super worth it. So instead of fighting a Ganon, I'm just going to go do an Escape from Death Mountain instead. Because that is faster and less obnoxious. Well, hang on. There's a caveat to all of this notion. There is one thing I could do instead. But you know what? Let's see if we can get away with not doing so. Because the convenient time, excuse me, for me to check that has passed. And unless I do get Speed Booster, checking it is going to be kind of time-consuming and annoying. So I'd rather not. So let's instead do a sequence break. Frame buffer going on there. Step over here. And let us escape from Death Mountain. going to check Graveyard Ledge. And afterwards I will take a small break. Because I had some acid come up in my throat and my tea is out. So, let's see what this has to offer so I don't forget and fail to think about it. And then see what we can accomplish elsewhere. E-Tank. Alright, can definitely deal with Ridley. Ridley is in not up threat territory now. Alright, I will be right back. Alright, my tea is currently steeping. So, before I return to the game in earnest, I figure we can just take a moment to just chat a little bit. Won't take long. Tea doesn't take long to steep. I would say what's on my mind most right now are my struggles with my state insurance. I understand that's probably not the kind of thing that folks want to discuss when, they come here. But in addition to being told to jump through all of the hoops ever to get bottom surgery going, which I can't do anything about because it's the weekend, I'm also being told, no, we're not going to provide for your estrogen. And because it's the weekend, I can't argue with them about it. And I'm also, as I said, going to be replacing my glasses soon, or at least having the lenses updated and fitted into my frames. And, well, that's going to be pricey because I use transitions because my eyes are rather sensitive to light. So pretty much everything that I earned over the month of February and early March, pretty much all of that's going into my glasses. And then I have to struggle with the insurance tomorrow with all kinds of phone call fun stuff. And just and hope that the only reason that I'm not being provided my estrogen is simply because no one's in the office to do the paperwork and that they're not getting fresh with me. Because if they are, well, that's going to be problematic. And I'll be frank, if it does become problematic in that sense, then I'm inclined to make it their problem rather than my problem. Oh, reusing my old frames is what I'm going to have to do. They're not available anymore if I want to keep them. And I'm quite fond of these frames, so I'm going to be doing that. And while that does save me some money, so I'd be doing it anyway, that does lead to the week without corrective lenses issue. The bureaucracy is painful. The medical insurance thing is stupid. Needs to be overturned yesterday. It's a giant fraud. It's a giant sham. It's a giant embarrassment, frankly. But as for the week of no corrected lenses, I'm not quite certain what I could do at this point in time to stream without them, since, I kind of rely on them to actually be able to see what I'm doing, read the chat, all those other kind of good stuffs. I can get by, just on my personal time without, my glasses. I can still cook. I can still, get through the day to day. I'm not so bad without them. I'm just nearsighted. But reading text is a bit of an ask. And being able to do streaming and whatnot, little tricky. So while it's not going to be an immediate matter, I will probably have to take a week off of streaming. Right now, the running idea I have is, after speaking with my with the person that I've commissioned for the animated avatar, I imagine I might just take a week off just to work on getting that all primed and ready to go. So part of me wants to say, all right, I'll use that time as the downtime with the lack of lenses kind of thing, and try to acclimate things in that sense. But at the same time, that also sounds like an incredibly bad idea. So I'm not quite certain what to do about that. On the other hand, that does potentially very much lead to the very real possibility of having 2 weeks of downtime back to back, and ugh. I can't say I really think much of that idea. So I'm just kind of mulling all of that over right now and thinking about it, and, kind of coming to, you know, kind of coming to terms with how to best proceed. If anyone has any suggestions, by all means, feel free to say so in the server and whatnot, where, the idea can actually linger and be considered and discussed and all that other good stuff. But in the meantime, I'm going to go claim my tea. I will return, and then we can keep going. I'll be right back. I'm back. Apologies for the delay. Alright then, so let's get back to it. Alright, so that's Graveyard Ledge settled. What kind of tea is it? My favorite tea, jasmine. So first thing on my mind, since we have to walk this path especially, but in general, let's check Bumper Cave, because we did get Cape very early. And that tells me it's probably important. Hey there, Life Forcer. Morph Ball Bomb. Interesting. Not something I need at this point. There's not even anything I could IBJ at this point. Oh, I can't even claim it. I don't have power. I don't have the progressive glove, so it doesn't matter. I completely forgot. Still, honestly, the biggest use for that would have come from being in Shack Tool Land, realistically speaking. Do you mind? I'm trying to jump off this cliff. For entirely wholesome reasons, I assure you. Yeah, I'm quite fond of jasmine tea. It's a nice, subtly bitter tea. Peg boot! There we go. That goes well with honey, I find, in particular. Hey, free progressive glove. Why not? Alright, so that's a progressive glove. Incidentally, that's kind of telling me that my guess on Ganon may have been on the mark. It did give me the bow very early, so it probably wants me to do Palace. Palace probably has hammer, I'm going to guess. It either has hammer or it also has a progressive glove. Red meringue, alright. Yeah, Text Dark, I definitely recommend giving jasmine tea a try. It's a green tea. So, you know, set it for 175 degrees and give it a little bit of time and you're good to go. Lemon ginger. Yeah, that definitely sounds like a recuperation type tea, which is entirely valid. Powder. Alright, so we have drugs. Good. What? Do you mind? Alright, big key. Actually, you know what? Oh, please. Why does that not work whenever I'm doing it from the left to the right for some reason? Oh well, not like there's a shortage of things that I can powder in this dungeon. Alright, well I just had questionable hitbox in my favor. No objections, I suppose. Alright, here we go. Ugh. Please. That was a bit closer than I would prefer, I must admit. You dodgy little cockroach. Okay, so... let's see here. You know, I don't actually know what my stun item is. Stun item is single ruby. Whatever. Alright, so I don't have the hammer, so I can't get all of the boxes. And I know it's going to actually be an item, because that was the map. Very unfortunate. And I already have the compass, so that's pretty much just a foregone conclusion. Whatever it is... I'm not going to be able to claim it, unfortunately. Huh. Get back here, you. Get back here, you. Alright, item. Oh, shoot, I never checked the map. Ugh. Alright, so I probably shouldn't have come in here at all then. Ugh, this is... I would have been better served going up here, because at least up here... This is... Actually, check before I go. Alright, so good news, I don't have to do... Ice Palace, hooray for that. But I do have what I need to do this dungeon at the very least, and I did come out of the other one with a fairy, which... Getting out of this dungeon is a little bit of a pain, broadly speaking, so... Oh wait, no, I need to come from the other direction. Oh, sugar. So I need to go from here instead. Go away. Alright, let's see what we get out of this hot mess. Alright, key. That's a good sign. Alright, an extra key. Good, good. That's pretty much all the keys I'm going to need. So, let's see here. There's one box that isn't the big box that I need. You keep away. Rude, 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 rude. Map. Alright. Full admission, not what I was hoping for. Not in the least. So the question is, does the big box have the big key? I could have mirrored right there. Oh well. This box here is pretty much going to tell us pretty much everything we need to know and then some. Alright, so either the boss has the big key and the big box has a prize, or the boss has an item and the big box has the big key. Alright, that's everything we need. I have a spare fairy, so I actually favor my chances here, as well as a full magic meter. I think my odds here are good. That was a bizarre reaction. What happened there exactly? There we go. Please have the item so I don't have to come back in. Cool. Alright, so... So we still have to do Palace of Darkness. We need flippers to do Swamp Palace. Our capacity to do things is... unfortunately rather limited right now. Whee. So, I do have the hook shot. And in theory, I can make it over to the other side. Because I can hook shot across the way, I think. No, wait, no, no, you can hook shot to the west, but not to the east in the dark world, and then you can hook shot to the east, but not the west in the light world, if I recall correctly. So then, no, I can't do that. Might actually be in the situation where I may have to do the Ganon dance anyway? One hopes not. Well, I've certainly got plenty of super missiles this time round. Alright, so... Grove Ledge, what do you have for me? You have... useless money. Someone hit the print money on this button on this seed, and boy howdy is it devalued. Alright then. So next on the docket then would be Hype Cave. Does Hype Cave have flippers? Good grief, I just have all the money. Titansmith, alright, not flippers, but I'll certainly take it. That opens up a lot. And by opens up a lot, I mean it makes things more convenient. Actually, no, it does open up a lot, because now I can do some Dark World nonsense on the mountain. Let's see here. Can't do that, can't do that, can't do that. Can't do that. In fact, Dark World nonsense on the mountain sounds like the play at this moment. So, shall we be off? Yeah. Alright, so what do we get out of this? And our first contestant. Ooh, that's not correct. E-tank. Missile. Alright. Not quite what I'm looking for. Floating island had nothing in particular. Turtle Rock wants Quake. Alright. Ice Beam. Alright. Opens up a few things, sort of. Wave Beam. Alright. At the very least, my beams actually do something now. Still. Do I have means of getting there? Do I have means of getting there that don't involve actually going and fighting a Ganon? Oh, I happen to be in this neighborhood already. At the very least, I can settle King's Tomb at this point, since I have the peg boots. Realistically, I don't even need to be doing this to do that, but having Dark World access while settling the account, probably useful. Alright, Zargon, thanks for hanging around. I do appreciate it. And I do want to follow through with you later on what we were talking about before. I'll poke you later. Take it easy. B. Gone. What do we have in King Tomb? Reserve tank, I see. Actually, why did I even do that? Okay, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. Because I can do this here. Go away. head up here and do this nonsense. Because I finally have the progressive glove, so I can actually make it in here, which I could not do before. Ouch. That rat just got hard hockey. Alright, so there's definitely an item in the Dark Cross. Let's see if my inability to go and get it earlier has actually been problematic. No, you're not the one with the... You. There we go. Oh my pork. I should have stuck with it earlier. Well, that opens a lot of things up at the least. Yeah, that's a whammy. Like, there's no two ways about it. That's a whammy. Ugh. I'm so mad. Oh well, it is what it is. Realistically speaking, instead of getting it ahead of schedule, I got it within logic, which is not it's not problematic in this case. So it's like, okay, I could have saved a lot of time, but I'm not behind, if that makes sense. Alright, so... I was almost certain that hammer was going to be found here, but evidently not. Still, I need to search this place from top to bottom. Wait, no, I'm doing it again. No, 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 no. Do you mind, you jellyfish? Wait. Hee 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 hee. I can keep this up all day, can you? Realistically, it's probably more when my patience runs out. Excuse me? How did that happen? This is such a strange interaction. Could have done without that. Fortunately, I have exactly what I need here. Boomerang and key. There we go. And now the question is, big key in dark box. Alright, that's a map. Not really what I would prefer to see at this juncture. Somehow I don't think Fae are in the diet, just as a guess. Woohoo! I actually called it there. Hey! We in business. Alright, so that's one dungeon item that isn't the big key. Do I want the ledge? I want the ledge, I think. Yes. I want the ledge. How you doing, Fel? Terrible? Oh no. Alright, there's the other key. You know what? I have a feeling that the box up here is probably... Actually, no, that's not going to work. Excuse me? Okay. I was gonna say. I have a feeling that this is actually going to be an item, and then the boss has a dungeon item. That's my feel. Well, hopefully things improve, Fel, and hopefully the stream will at least make you feel better in the immediate. Alright, I was correct. Not that that means a ton, given what it was, but I called it correct, and that's honestly kind of what I care about. Did I read the situation correctly? Yes, no. I didn't do that correct. Oh. Right, hammers. Wait. Oh, shh. sugar. I forgot a box. I'm so lost in my sauce, I know not what I do. What? How did that hit me? Alright, that one can only be a key, unless there's like one under a pot somewhere that I'm overlooking, which I don't think I am. Like, that one has to also be a key, otherwise this layout makes no sense. Alright, take two at this nonsense. What are these? Are these hearts? I forget. There. Alright, take two at this nonsense. Alright, come on, all of you. Gather up, gather round. It's time for the greatest show around. Oh, come on. Forgot about it. Alright, here we go. Sit still, you. There we go. Yep, dungeon item. I was correct on that front. I forgot about the other boxes, but... Alright, so... Step out here, throw a mirror... Head right back in. Alright, let's try this again. Whoop, blew it. Blew it, blew it, blew it, blew it. 10 arrows? Yes, please. I do want 10 arrows. However, did you know? Get out of my way. And just like that, we're back at camp. Not for long, granted. As predicted. Alright. Now we've got some progress going. My big question right now is, where are the flippers? You know, I don't think I actually want to take this portal. Although, maybe that was a bad call. I think that was actually a bad call, doing the save warp right there. Because I do need to check, who's a face? I need to check Catfish, I need to check Domain. And I can handle both of those at the same time. This also provides the opportunity Admittedly, I didn't mean to step quite right there. This also provides me the opportunity to 1. Stock up on drugs, 2. Check the mushroom item. Missile, not surprising. I have 3 bottles, right? Yeah. Alright, what do we have here? Flippers? Not flippers, but not unacceptable either. I got a rock. Alright, so what does Scamfish have? What does the Ledge have? Ledge has absolutely nothing of merit. What is the scam? It is in fact a scam. I contemplated doing a reset warp, but a notion occurs. I have not checked the pyramid, and I should do that before I forget and that bites me. It's already kind of biting me because I'm having to double back on the path I took. Still, it would be faster for me to just reuse my little portal here. Alright, so... what does the pyramid have for us? Pyramid says... ow. Pyramid says garbage. Alright, so Ice Palace is optional. You know, I think it's... I don't like the circumstance about this. But it does seem to me like the play at this point is just go punch Ridley's ticket and then check on Misery Mire. I'm not really seeing a more compelling argument at this point. I would have preferred to get the flute so I could backdoor to Ridley and not go the long way. But that's seeming increasingly unlikely. Yep. Let's turn off this beam. Really? It also occurs I should probably not put this off any further. Because seeing as how things have shaken out, I probably do actually want to deal with Crocomire. Honestly. Alright, that's a great big don't care. Alright, what do we have here? You know, when I stopped to think about giving me the space jump, may have actually been telling me to come here. I'm not certain how much I've really put stock in that line of thought, but the possibility exists. Oh, some people actively don't like taking out Crocomire for that very reason. Some people try to avoid very, very hard to not kill Crocomire. Ooh. Well, I am not feeling particularly sympathetic about it today. No matter how bad some people may feel, I get a gold sword out of the arrangement, so... I don't need that. And over here is another E-tank. Alright. So this was very optional, but it gave me a sword upgrade. It gave me all sword. So I have maximum sword, and I am entirely fine with this. Because, in the event that I don't get silver arrows, I can still win. Oh, damn it. Really? Alright, so on the whole, a worthy detour. Do I stop for energy? Why not? Highly unnecessary, but whatever. I don't really have any reason to stop and save, I think. Do I go through the back door or the front door? It can save me some hassle if I go through the front door since Gold Trees was already dealt with. Ah, what? Rude. Ooh, okay, so you cannot do that. Do the motel. Alright, so, is it Bombos? It is, in fact, Bombos. And I could do the other nonsense in this area that I couldn't before. tank. Alright, what do we have here? Air cap, heart container, sure, whatever. Let's do a pedestal check. I know the cliff has nothing of value, and I know we don't need to clear this dungeon. But what does the pedestal have? Heart piece. Alright. Not feeling like there's a whole lot of anything else I really need to be concerned with. What I'm really concerned with is I do not have Samaria. So I'm really, really hoping I get some progress toys while I'm in here. Right, check this first. Alright, not what I was hoping for there. Genuinely would have preferred a key of some variety. So then, if this dungeon does not, as it turns out, have red cane, then suddenly I'm in trouble. Because I know that Turtle Rock needs Quake. Ooh, there's the big key. Admittedly, not the arrangement I was hoping for there. Alright. Oop, not that one. Now we ask ourselves, what is the score here? The book. Really? Really? Book is not what I was expecting, and very not what I was hoping for. So the boss has an item. And that item is definitely not red cane. Alright, so let's get out of here. Now I'm finding myself compelled to mess around in Desert Palace a little more. Realistically, what that probably means... What that probably means is... one of the tablets has something, if not both. Could very well be both. However, since I'm in the area, I may as well... Oh, you get out of my way. Rude. Yep, big key because it wouldn't be anything else. Alright, big box. Dungeon item or actual item? Let's watch. Ew. Alright, screw this. I'm out of here. Excuse me. Oh right, it's this one. I always forget that. Left in part 1, right in part 2. So let's see here. Things that are shutting me down right now. No flippers. No speed booster. No red cane. No quake. And while not exactly shutting me down, I don't have charged plasma, so that's sucky. Oh, come on, really? Is Turtle Rock mandatory? Yes. Like it has a crystal or something in there. It's not a pendant dungeon. Please spin. Yeah, Turtle Rock is not something we can do yet because we don't have Quake. Once we get Quake, we can definitely do it though. And considering how many items one can get from it, I'm very inclined to make that trip. Turtle Rock Studios. I could not comment about that in any respect. Oh, fine, I'll take this one just to complete the heart piece. I've been passing up so many others. Alright, so I don't have a charge beam worth beans. So it would probably behoove me to sit on this for a little bit. Because I do not really get a second pass at this. I should absolutely be able to destroy Ridley with my compliment, and even be able to be a bit reckless in doing so. But still, let's not waste the time that comes from failure. We're getting some early cooperation. That's always welcome. Alright, we're actually getting to jackhammer Ridley here. We're probably done. Come on, buddy. Let's finish this. Very cooperative, Ridley. Alright, so... we're definitely done with Ridley, and that's fantastic, but we're missing something. I'm going to guess that it is probably breadsmiths. That is my wager. That was nice and smooth. Do I go through the escape or do I go through the hard way? Both of them kind of suck. Let's save and go through the escape. Can my wall jumps please work, damn it? Alright, so I imagine Breadsmith's blue box, something that instigates with having Titan's Mitt, is what we're looking for here. Because just about everything else makes no sense to me. Right, that's the kind of thing I mean. Like, Breadsmith territory just seems correct in my head. The funny thing is, getting flippers solves the same issue, or the same question that getting Speed Booster does. So those are functionally interchangeable right now. Although, you know what? While we're here, a thought occurs. Meow. Alright. At the very least, we know that is not something we care about. And that's important in its own right. Okay, so... Breadsmith's Sanctuary. Alright, we can also charge the pile outside. We should do that. super missile, of course. I mean, Brenna does basically the same thing as Cape. Functionally speaking, they're interchangeable as far as their function goes. The one difference is that Brenna, combined with half magic, can be considered capable of killing a lot of enemies. That's it. That's pretty much it. That's the only functional difference between the two. Otherwise, and like the distinction about Cape is that you can use it to get through Bumper Cave. Beyond that, they basically serve the same purpose. Come here, you. Show me flippers. Nope. Am I going to get at least one small pot in here so that I can not dick around? Really? Ugh. Waste my frickin' drugs. They should really just have a little at least a small magic pot in here, because honestly. Wasn't even damn worth it. Do you mean rupees? Shovel. All right. Sure. Why not? Oh, right, no dashing. And since I'm going to be passing by the grove anyway, I may as well go this path. And I'll want to stay in the Dark World because then I'll be able to read the tablet also. I can make this efficient. Nope. Don't care. All right, hang on, I know a trick. Alright, so that is not what we're looking for there. Alright, come on, tablet. I sacrificed this buzzard. Not what I was hoping for. You know, I hadn't really thought about it sufficiently at the time. Hey, come on. Go away, you little wretch. Red rocks are the worst. I hadn't really thought about it at the time, but what I should have done thinking about it was checking the tablet before doing the rest of all that when I was here last. On the whole, I feel like the big thing is that my routing could really use some work. There we go! Now we're in business. Oh, I wish I'd done this first. Ah! I'm mad. I'm mad, I'm mad, I'm mad, I'm mad, I'm mad, I'm mad. I'm so freaking mad. Ah. Of course, like that whole trip I went through, I would have had to have gone through anyway. By virtue of the damn thing was in Misery Mire. So I would have had to go in there to get this anyway. Where was Moon Pearl again? Moon Pearl was in a big deal spot. Yeah, Moon Pearl was Shack Tool. Ugh. So I guess in short, I should not have gone to Lower Norfair early. Ugh. Okay, so now the big question, what the hell do I do? Just for the sake of checking the map really quick and easy. Wait a minute. Is Dragon optional? I think Dragon might be optional. Because Desert Palace is pendant. No, wait, no, something else was pendant. No, Thieves Town was pendant. Never mind. I don't, no. Well, there is the box in Thieves Town that I didn't have the hammer for. That exists. I still don't have flippers, and I'm not certain what to make of that. I don't have Quake, so I can't get into Turtle Rock. We never claimed the green pen because it's Desert Palace. Alright. I don't like this. I don't even have red cane. I really don't like this. I'm feeling like it might be necessary, however, to dip into Ice Palace, though. Ugh. This seed was looking so good, and now it's just, frustrating. Really hoping this amounts to nothing. Really hoping this amounts to nothing. Triple boom. Super missile? Spazer? It might be Spazer, actually. Either way, I don't think this is what we're looking for. What do I even do at this point? I guess I could check the channel in Super Metroid. That's a gross damn idea. No, I can't even do that. I don't have Speed Booster. What am I thinking? No, 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 no. What do I do? I cannot think of anything better than dipping Ice Palace, which I'm going to imagine. Actually, no, I can't even do that, strictly speaking, at least not in logic. Alright, fine. You know what? We're gonna consult a hobo. We're gonna go consult a hobo because I got killed by a stupid crab on the way out, and that completely torpedoed that effort. I don't expect this is going to amount to anything of use. But still, I'm short on ideas. Yeah, that's about what I was expecting. Alright. Let's see. Since I have the Moon Pearl, let's see about fake flippering into Waterfall Cave. We checked Pyramid. Pyramid is a red rupee, I think it was. Oop, this isn't the right one. Oh, pork. I just remembered. Alright. After I check Waterfall Cave, I know where I have meant to check this whole time, but neglected to do so because I completely and wholesale forgot. Alright, nothing in here. At the very least, let's get some, let's get a magic bottle. We're in the area. You, child. Well, now the hell what? Is it seriously the box in Thieves Town? Is that seriously going to be the answer? I sure as tar hope not. Yes, we did. There's nothing of worth there. It's like a heart piece or something. How did I not notice this music playing when I was here earlier? I feel like a tool. Could you... Oh, please, get the hell out of my way. Wait, I don't need to go up here. I just need to hit that switch. What am I doing? What? The key for this door is in the box, isn't it? Jeez, is it actually Sahasrara? Is it actually get the green pendant and go to Sahasrara? Because I did get the book, The Misery Mire. And yet, despite that, neither tablet had anything of merit. Okay, well, one of them had something of merit, but... you know what I mean. Not in here, dang it. Not where I want to go. Alright, let's see how this nonsense goes. Alright, let's see what Sahasrara has. What is this? What have I not done? Hang on, wait a minute. Why am I... Right, I don't have flippers. That's why I can't do... That's why I can't do Swamp Palace. Otherwise I would do that. Because I don't have flippers. Ah. So we know it's not shovel, we know it's not mushroom. It's not a Ganon ledge. Weirdly, Skull Woods is claiming to still have an item in it, but I'm not sure how much I believe that. I guess. I'll look at it. Ash, I don't know how you're coming off saying that. I've definitely had worse. Like, that's not even a question. Did I ever actually get... I never actually got what was in the big box, did I? I'm also going to guess that it's not this, but... do I even have the big key? Oh, I forgot about this box over here. Motherfuck. I completely forgot about that stupid, stupid box. I can't believe it. I don't know how to gracefully articulate how frustrating it is to have, like, all these runs that would otherwise be, like, really good seeds, and they get completely torpedoed because I utterly forget something. Like, I forget to do something incredibly simple and rudimentary, and that just causes everything to just go garbo. Because if I had opened that damn box, I would have gone to Turtle Rock much, 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 much sooner. I basically just caused, like, what, 40 minutes of going the wrong damn way? I just keep having massive time losses over incredibly, like, shouldn't even have been a mistake events. It's honestly kind of depressing. Oh, that is a coin, I guess. I hadn't even thought about that. So then the question becomes, where did I miss Somari? Because I'm almost certain I missed it. Somari is the only thing I'm missing, realistically speaking. Other than the flippers. I must have missed something in Metroid. What could I have missed? Oh no. It's there, isn't it? I got X-ray room on the first pass. I have space jump, remember? No, it's not there. I suspect I know where it is. No, I don't, because I don't have speed boost. What do I damn do? Wait. Wait. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I thought it was so clever and optimal going the other freaking way. I completely forgot about this check entirely. I should have had those so long ago. It never even should have been a question. Can we And now I can backdoor into Dragon. Now I can do Swamp. I mean, I need to do both. It really doesn't matter which order I do them in. But this one would be better to do first, I would say. Because it has more boxes to offer. I'm just in a rut right now of like, I want to commentate, but I'm so angry with myself, I can't think of anything that isn't just self-flagellation, and that's not productive and not what people want to hear. So I don't really know what to say. Well, we got that at least. as though it were useful. Speed booster is entirely optional. I don't need it. If I'm being given backdoor into Dragon, I don't need speed booster. Just flat do not need it. 100% optional. Realistically, all that's stopping me at point is Kane. I missed twice in that whole configuration. So there's 2 boxes remaining. One of them is going to have the other dungeon item, and the other might have an actual item. I need to go back in. At the very least, I'm in better position to not get wrecked, and once I check the boxes, I can just damn leave. Out of the way. I have neither the time nor inclination to bother with you. Joint didn't want to pop right there. Okay, so hopefully whichever box we open first is going to have an item so I can leave sooner. Right. It's still reporting there as being an item, which makes no sense to me, because there are no other boxes beyond this one. Or, wait, what am I missing then? Well, I guess I'm glad I checked it. It didn't really hurt me to do so, because it was right here. Alright, well, that's nice. Still not really what I'm looking for. Why did I do that? Damn it, that was stupid. I should have mirrored, because then that puts me right at the shoreline. I very clearly have no mental map about where to go and what to do and etc. And I'm just kind of trying to do things quickly, which is causing me to screw up and take more time. But if I don't go quicker, then it's like, well, then I really feel like I'm not going to achieve anything. So this kind of feels ungood. I'll be entirely honest. Please stop swimming into the rock because of the terrible swimming controls. The worst part is I don't have spring ball, so I can't do this the easy way. Hell, I can't even... Because I didn't get the morph ball bomb, I can't even do this the semi-less sucky way. This room is so bad without the spring ball, I swear. You know what, I'm not gonna even bother with that. Let me guess. Precious room, red cane. I'll get that on the way back out. I have to get the red cane. If I don't get the red cane, I can't do Misery Mire, and then I'm stonewalled. Because I have to do Misery Mire. So wherever the red cane is, it has to be in Meridia here, unless I've missed it somewhere else in an incredibly foolish manner. Crystal 5 could actually be in Pyramid Cave. That possibility also exists. I would consider that, in this case, an extension of Meridia. It may be in the plasma room, and considering that I just got the plasma beam, admittedly I could have gotten it far earlier had I not screwed things up. And I've had the screw attack for a while, so I can definitely check the plasma room. It may well be in there. It is not a possibility I can ignore. Alright. Can we please... Honestly, I'm not really feeling too pressured to switch to plasma right now, because I have screw attack. What do I care, really? Please. Thank you. Alright, plasma beam room. What do you have? Holy shit. Well, that gives me some other things to check now. It's entirely non-essential, so this is basically just like a cookie room at this point. What do you mean there's another one? You. Come on. Well, I have to walk out now. Well, I suppose I don't have to. I could just say screw it. I could turn this into getting the high jump boots, but again, I don't need them. I'm only going back in, really, so that I can check the room where you need to do a shine spark to check the goods. That's the only reason I'm going back in here, because there might be something in there. And if there is, then... that's a rude sequence. But we shall see. I find Botwoon oddly easier in this configuration as opposed to actually being in the arena. It's a little silly, I feel. If Botwoon fired more often, that would make Botwoon easier. That's not what makes Botwoon a threat. What makes Botwoon a threat is running out of munitions. Alright, so this is useless. Oh, fine. We're already not setting a PB because of this seed going utterly pear-shaped because of every screw-up I've made tonight. What harm is there in picking up the high jump boots? Why not? Come on. Not quite what I had planned, but I'll take it. You know what, while I'm here, I'm actually going to use this save spot, which I don't tend to do, but I have something very specific in mind. So I need to check the channel, because I am now freshly capable of checking in, and it may well turn out that the speed booster is in fact mandatory because it blocks the red cane. If that is the case, then I have to check this. There's two things I need to check. If I don't actually need either of them, then I could just load that save and leave very quickly. Because there's an exit zone not far from there. So that's one point that it isn't, that it could have been. The other point is not too far off. only other thing I can think of is the Shine Spark item in the escape tube. Damn it. That is not a red cane. Alright, so I'm just going to throw this out here. If it's not in the Super Bomb room, I'm going to call the run. Because otherwise I'm going to be spending every waking moment searching every possible inch, double-checking every single thing. I don't want to do that. I don't think anyone wants to see that. And it's getting late for folks, too. So, I was genuinely expecting to be done with this run by now. Or at least, you know, having the end be in sight. That's why I figured, oh, it won't be too big of a deal getting a late start today for an optometry appointment. Little did I know. Alright, so we have all of the explosives in the world. Does that equal progress? I felt like my directional input got eaten right there. Good grief. What a freaking dog and pony show of a seed this is. Silver lining, we're already done with Misery Mire. All we have to do is go in and just punch the boss's ticket. So at this point, I think we're officially in go mode. In fact, I'm almost certain we're in go mode. The only things that we don't have are entirely incidental, like Spring Ball or the Morph Ball bombs or Ether. How is it tantric? There's nothing sensual nor stimulating about this seed. Alright, we're at full power. Let's get this nonsense done with. So rough projection on finishing the seed entirely at this point. Somewhere between 35-40 minutes is my guess. Depending on how polite Ganon's tower is. Wait. Oh, please. Alright. Kindly go away. So, prediction. Silver arrows are laser bridge. Alternatively, Mimic Cave. Somewhere out of the way and obnoxious. This is not the worst seed I've ever done. And all told, the progression, while rough, it's mostly my own doing that made this go entirely south because I completely forgot about a box. And that's on me. It still isn't as bad as the seed from last week on Sunday that was just like, ugh. Part of my frustration about the whole thing is that I have basically made the statement of I want to get a 330 clear before attempting Key Sanity or a hard logic seed. And I'm just kind of over here in the territory of I can't exactly make good on that claim if I keep failing to have a sub 330 run. And that's why it's so frustrating to have all these runs be so almost good and then entirely scrubbed because I keep making mistakes. It's quite vexing. So instead, let's try to think positive right now. That's not the way I wanted to go. Let's try to think positive right now. So for tomorrow's stream, would folks be interested in continuing with Civ 5? Militares Sans Frontiers. It's been a little bit since we've poked in on Big Boss and the crew. Would folks find that worthwhile? Because I'm entirely in for going for it. But I'll admit, folks seem to kind of take a quiet response whenever I've been running that one, and I don't want it to be disinteresting, so I'm kind of interested in knowing, like, okay, what do people think? Do they want to keep going with that? Do we want to just kind of let it lay? You know, how are folks feeling about it? Anyone? I'll check the laser bridge just because I have the shield. It's a quick check for a lot of boxes. Damn it. You know, I hadn't actually even thought about red now. Right, well, I need to be careful about this one now, don't I? So since I need to be careful, let's do something reckless and try and tech this. I tech that badly. This isn't working out. That's going to cost me. Blowing that tech is going to cost me because now this ice floor isn't going to go the hell away. That's why I always go for the ice head first. So the arena's functionally cut in half for me here, so I need to be very careful about that. Oh hey, final bottle. Okay. Tower time, I think. Yes, tower time. Alright, so I have blue drugs, I have green drugs, and 2 open bottles. Plan here is to catch 2 fairies and go for a gold sword kill, because I can do that. Alright, well I'm set on small keys. Oh boy. Well, that attempt to be fancy went absolutely nowhere. Excuse me? Okay. I'm not losing any key tempo, so that's fortuitous at least. Useless. Hey, there's red mail. Thank you. Ugh, really? We're just finding all the power bombs now, aren't we? Oh, come on, really? Ugh. Ugh, what a disaster of a boss. At least my arrows were partially refunded. Still no big key. No, there's ether, not that anyone was asking. Alright, so let's see here. Ugh. At the very least, I can get this box without it slowing me down beyond just doing this nonsense. Super missile. Alright. This one, on the other hand... That's not good. Alright, made it. Just barely. Oh, please. Spazer. There it is, finally. You know what? I'll even keep going. I've got the keys I need. May as well check the big box, because why the hell not? That's so odd. It's odd you can't bonk check off of that block. This block is very curious. Really? Hey, there's the spring ball. Not that that means anything, but hey, we got it. So that basically means we have every item now. And we know where the X-ray scope was, and we got the mushroom, even though it's weirdly ending up being kind of blank on here. Not sure why. Oh, what the hell was that? Yeah, the only thing we're missing, as it turns out, as a result then, is in fact the silver arrow. I was really getting into the habit of throwing that bomb before I try to bonk that block. Ooh, I will take that big magic. Big magic is most welcome, as it turns out. BMOS, I hate you so much. I don't have a lot of arrows, but if I don't have silver arrows anyway, what does it matter? Really? You actually hit me? How? I can't believe that happened. I've never seen that happen before in my life. Even when I was a little kid, that never happened. Excuse me. Oh good, I got a refund on those bombs because I was so concerned about that. I don't think I should have gotten that hit. Hey, I got through clean this time. You know what, I'm just gonna use the disrespect minute. Just gonna disrespect. Okay, here we go. Two fairies, blue drugs, and the butter blade. Seriously, you're supposed to be a fool. Alright, this isn't the super corner, but it's good. Alright. Last phase, let's go. The arrows are in Ice Palace, oh boy. No! Ah! Isn't there a guaranteed fairy around here from something? Am I fabricating that? There it is. Ah, what a crock that was. Take two, I guess. Ooh, this is the bad corner. Alright, can you make it work? Yes. A little weird to give me hit credit there. No, 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 no. That's not these, and thank you. Can you please stop going into that corner? Ugh. You porcine chode. There we go. Who needs silver arrows? Wah. Cannot mash the button any faster. Do you mean without silver arrows, Fel? You either need gold sword or charged tempered blade. Wait, what am I doing? Not this way. No, it is silver arrow, but like silver arrows work and are the best way to handle it. It's just you can also do it with either charged tempered blade or general swing gold sword. Any of those methods work, but silver arrows are the way to go if available. Alright. I Ice beam. Alright. Last Metroid room. Excuse me? You know, I have a curiosity. That does, in fact, make it go much quicker. That was indeed significantly quicker. So hooray for learning one thing at the very least. Alright, I've got Spring Ball now. Ugh. Well, I've got so many damn super misses, I'm probably not even going to need to use charged plasma here. Hand beams. Yeah, we're just here. Alright, so it's good to know that removing the armors is significantly quicker. I suppose, in a matter of thinking, that when I go to unequip the ice beam, or to equip the ice beam, rather, it may well be worth it to instead add the ice beam and then remove the Varia and gravity suits, because realistically speaking, that area is so not a threat. So that could save me some menuing. And any damage that I take, again, makes that sequence take less time. So on the whole, that just seems kind of like a good plan in general. Something to consider. Alrighty, cue the escape, and I've got high jump boots, so it'll be a little bit easier. But yeah, the speed booster being in plasma room, complete dead herring. Complete red herring. Absolutely optional. Did not block anything. The only thing blocking acquisitions was the red crystals. Ugh. What a run. Yeah, there's not really any mystery in this one. We got max sword, we got max bottles, Ganon tells you where the silver arrows are. There's just nothing really to be in review in the spoiler log about this one at all. No, it's 1000% my fault for screwing that up. Nothing to really check in the spoiler log. We found everything. I mean, realistically speaking, the mission is stop the space pirates. Don't allow the space pirates to take advantage of the Metroids to, use them both as a source of energy or just as, difficult to deal with organisms that can just be unleashed on their own. No, they wouldn't have. There's reasons they wouldn't have. Ash, have you played Fusion? Because no, that is entirely off base. They very don't do that. The big thing in Fusion is that somehow they have captive Metroids and are going to use them for their own purposes, and Samus goes kind of rogue and eliminates them herself. So that's what goes on there. So no, the Galactic Federation is absolutely not going to do that. All right, let's see here. All right, so I have not followed this, excuse me. I've not rated this person before, but I followed them with the intention of doing so. I haven't for the very express reason of I forgot who it was that I was in the stream for when they rated this person and basically said they're cool. So it's something that's like, oh yeah, like I know this person. I don't remember who the person is that I know that they know. But not really feeling the other options this evening, so let's just go for it anyway. Looks like this individual is playing FF5, which is an excellent FF and one I highly recommend. So, let's us get this underway. This was certainly something as far as seeds go. I don't think I'd qualify it as a hell seed, but it certainly had a string of objectives that were something. Regardless, I thank you all for joining me this evening, and I do hope to see you again tomorrow. Good night, everyone, and I hope that the rest of your evening goes well.